Good afternoon, everybody. Happy, excuse me, happy Coronation Bank Holiday to everyone that celebrates that, and happy VE Day to everyone that's celebrating that. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of The Witness. So last time when we were playing The Witness, we completed a few different puzzles as it's actually slightly difficult to identify the puzzles since I don't know the names that fans of the game use, and they're not named in game, but there was a set of puzzles in a deserty area that we completed, and that led to us sending a laser beam off into the distance, and then there was another set of puzzles where was it? There was some in an orchard area we completed. There was some, I believe, called the Reflections, that were accessible from towards the start of the game. I know right at the end we managed to complete another set of puzzles that led to another laser being produced. But if I'm perfectly honest, I've forgotten where that was. Perhaps I should have a quick look. But yes, we've been making steady progress. The game seems very terse. It doesn't really explain what's going on. I suppose you're expected to interpret things for yourself. What we know is that we woke up in some sort of maintenance tunnel type area, and when we left there, we found ourselves on this island. and we've just been going through various different puzzles. Okay, so the desert area... Oh, that was it. It was the reflections over there that produced the first beam, and then it was the desert area that produced the second one. So yes, that's where we're at. So yes, I suppose we should just pick another area and start making our way through it. So I'm heading this way because there is a boat we can gain access to, which, as far as I'm aware, we can't actually use as a vehicle, but it does contain a map of the island, and so that would be a good place for us to start. Just waiting for it to come to the surface. There we go. Right, so oh, I can't zoom in this game, can I? We began down here in this sort of area in a fort, and we made our way round the side. I believe this section here is the reflections, which we've done, and this section there is the desert, which we've done. I'm trying to figure out what this over here is. That's probably this building. Looking at it. As far as I'm aware, we've done everything that can be done here. It's possible there's something about here I'm not aware of, but I don't think so. So, where to next? I suppose, do we go round clockwise or anti-clockwise? Obviously we don't have to do it in any particular order, we could just skip to the other side of the island, but I don't see any reason to do that. I guess we might as well attempt to just go around the island in a clockwise fashion. So I think there's, if I recall correctly, an abandoned factory or something along those lines to be explored. Over in this direction. That's obviously the desert, but I think the road should curve round. Nope. I guess we'll just go cross country then. Interesting. I wonder if that is just supposed to be a well, or if... Hold on, I just remembered something. There was at least one puzzle... Oh, I remember. I was going to say there was at least one puzzle in the desert area that we didn't complete, which is true. Even though we managed to produce the laser beam, there was another one that was slightly off the main area that we didn't complete. But now I think about it, the reason we didn't complete it was because there were mechanics which we didn't yet understand. That's another thing about this game. Not only does it not explain the world to you, mostly, but they also don't explain the rules of the puzzle to you, of the various puzzles in the world. You're just supposed to figure it out. So like I say, there's a puzzle that we were going to go back to in the desert area. So I think it's these shapes that I haven't yet figured out. So all the puzzles follow... Is that true, all of the puzzles? All the puzzles that I can think of off the top of my head have all followed the same form, where you have a circular source and a line that goes off-grid, which is a sink, and you're supposed to connect them up. But there are additional constraints that are placed on the solution. So for example, with this type of puzzle, there's these white squares, white nodes, in the middle of, well, between vertices, in the areas between the grid, and you have to segregate them. You have to make sure that there is no... that the path you produce completely separates all the colours. It doesn't matter if you separate colours more than necessary, like we have done here, where we've bisected the black. That's fine, but we couldn't have an area that contains both black and white in that case. But this one we never figured out. It's really not clear what it's after. So I hypothesized previously that possibly the game wanted us to recreate the shapes that we see inside these squares, like so. But that was just complete speculation on my part. I really don't know that to be the case. Just trying to think how I would even do that. That's not going to work, is it? Yeah. Problem is, I may even be wrong about what's being asked here. All I can do is try. Yeah, but once we get to this point, we're a bit stuck. What if I came down here, went round here? Ooh, maybe they don't have to be separated from each other. Nope. Didn't like that. That's a shame. If they need to be separated from each other, that makes things a lot harder. Yeah, that's not going to work. Unfortunately, I think we're a bit stuck unless we can intuit what's expected from us here. I think it does come down to figuring it out. Thing is, the game doesn't really give us any hint as to what's wrong. It just tells us that it's wrong. What else could that mean if it didn't mean it wants me to create that shape? Yeah, of course that wouldn't work. Goodness, this is difficult. I suppose I could just explore the area. It's possible there's another puzzle along those lines which is easier in the area. I mean, I wouldn't be too confident of that, but it's possible. Interesting. This looks like this needs to be opened up more. Ah, cables going off, that'll be why. Wherever those cables lead, there'll be a puzzle which, when solved, will open up some of those panels. Maybe this isn't a factory. Maybe it was actually a harbour. Okay, no way through there. Keep forgetting I can't jump. And spacebar's bound to the same key as left mouse button, which causes the screen to hold still. So far no luck. Not allowed in the water, it would seem. Back around to where we were before. What about on this side? What lovely autumnal forest. Or woods. Not really a forest. Okay. At least this looks like something we can do. So, this is progress. That's interesting. Oh, am I supposed to conclude something about from the shadows that are on it? Since I assume that's not a coincidence. Perhaps every edge that a shadow crosses. Ah, that's a problem. I can see that's going to be a problem. Oh, maybe not. Ah, but that will be a problem. Problem is, I don't even know if that's what's being asked. Well, we can but try. Oh, that can't be the case because this one is crossed on all four sides, which clearly is impossible. I'm sure the shadows on here aren't a coincidence though. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I'm supposed to avoid all shadows. Ah, okay, that's making more sense. Oh, that's annoying. There we go. Okay. How would that be doable? Oh, do I need to do this again to be allowed back out? I think so. Oh well, that's not a problem. But now this one's doable. In theory. Maybe. There we go. So presumably the bars don't matter, but the trees do, I would guess. Yep, seems that way. Ah, that presents a problem. Maybe down here and over here? Then here, down here, round here, up here? Yes. It would seem so. Hmm. Have to try and interpret what is a problem shadow and what is not. Oh, goodness. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Okay, that's probably a problem shadow, so I'm going to have to come down this way. Which makes life interesting. Ah. This isn't doable, is it? I can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go this way. Or, nor that way. Can't go that way. So I'd have to go this way. Can't go this way. Probably can't go this way. But even if I did, where would I go then? So I can't go that way. This way, I presume I can't go. Maybe I can. Maybe just a tiny little bit of overlap is okay? Maybe? Hmm. Hmm. Where does this go? Seems to go off in two directions. Interestingly enough. Yeah, I didn't expect that to work, but I just wanted to double check anyway. let's think about it this way. I can't... I'll double check. Yeah, I can't go this way and I can't go that way. So it stands to reason that I must be coming down from above. For that, I need to get above this point, clearly. But I can't go that along any of these. And I can't go along this one. So I suppose it must be the case that I can go along here. Nothing else makes sense. I think we're safe up to that point, but then we run into trouble. This way? Oh, that was it. Okie doke. Does this work the other way? Am I supposed to follow the shadows now? Because since I begin in shadow, there's clearly no way that I could... avoid the shadows entirely. Okay. Seems simple enough. Okay. Not clear where that goes next. Oh, here presumably. Wait, where's the... I'm trying to get there. Interesting. Okay. That counted, apparently. Where do we go after this? Over here. Goodness gracious. Right, we're trying to get there. Do I get away with this? No. This? Which way would it be? No? No? This? Yes. Okay. Oh, it's broken partway through. Am I supposed to ignore the break? No. Am I allowed to skip? I am allowed to skip a bit. That sounded like that opened something, but I don't know what or how to get to it. Ah, here we go. Interesting. Around here? No? Huh. I'm not entirely sure why that wasn't allowed. Is this more what it was expecting? No? Something like this, maybe? No? I wonder. Presumably I could jump from there to there, but there would be no point. Oh, unless it wants me to go there. I'm not sure why it would, though. If this is the solution, I'm not sure why. No. I see, as part of the problem that this tree only exists on one side. And that a lot of what I'm seeing is actually decoration from the gate that doesn't count. Trouble is, if that's the case, that's not very helpful, since that would imply that quite a lot of this side would all be in light, including presumably the starting point. I take it I'm not supposed to avoid the shadow? No. Oh, I'm probably supposed to open the other one. Okay. The other gate, I mean. Yeah, so this would be back where the paths split. Over here. Okay, that makes sense. So, at the point at which the paths split, on one, we had been trying to avoid the shadows, and it was after the split that we had to follow them. So, I wonder if I'm still supposed to be avoiding them at this point. And if therefore the solution looks something like that. Yes. Oh, goodness. Wait, where are we trying to? Over there. It's probably that then. No? Oh, this may be. No? I was thinking that, and then that. Well, surely that has to be my first move. Maybe I have to go around the other way. Maybe the game's expecting me to do something. Along these lines. Or even this. No? It can't... I can't be expected to go up or down, that's clear. So this is probably... These two are probably level with the middle bit. I've tried this before, haven't I? At least this bit probably is. Maybe I should be thinking about this the other way round. I know I'm interested in the light bits, but perhaps it would be easier to try and match up the dark bits. Since this bit, for example, can't just be floating there, so it can't match up to that. Suppose it could match up to this and then carry on in that direction. That would imply that this is valid. Ah, perhaps that's what's expected. Perhaps it's round here like that. No? Or all the way round? No? Oh, there is a bit of dark there, so presumably I can't travel across there. I take it I did try this, the obvious, yeah. Perhaps it's this? Oh. I thought I might have been onto something there, but no. I suppose it would be more like... Yes. If that were a valid solution, it would be more like this. There we go. Oh dear. Is that the bit we're missing? So something like that? Yes. Where to from here though? Or have I already gone wrong? That? No? This? No. Oh, there's two starts. I missed that. But why would this be... This isn't going to duplicate anything that would be on there. This could only possibly be off to the side. Plus, unlike here, there's nothing obviously in the way, is there? Suppose that building maybe? No, because the sun's there. Hmm. Well, this one's tricky, isn't it? I take it then the clue isn't on there or there. It must be somewhere else. Perhaps this tree has grown and so its branch shouldn't count? Or branches? That probably corresponds to there. Which means this probably corresponds to the bottom. But the problem is I can't go off. So I'm thinking this bit probably corresponds to the bottom bit down there, and this bit probably corresponds to that bit there. Hold on, that's probably an easier way I can demonstrate this. This probably corresponds to that, and this probably corresponds to that. But I can't go off. That probably corresponds to that. The only thing I can think is because this one, there's two starts, one of them's obviously visible. I think this, sorry, obviously in the light. I think this is a red herring. I think I'm probably supposed to conclude that I use this one. But this one's in shade, so I'm probably supposed to ignore some of the branches, but not all of them. Oh look, my character has hair, you can see. See in the shadow. Interesting. quite a few left then. Unless I'm supposed to conclude something about the fact that that's approximately the same shape as that, except mirrored. I think that's just a coincidence. This is a very odd one. Because unlike all the other ones, as I say, there's no obstacle which is in the way which isn't part of a tree that I can see. I don't think it's swapped. It's not looking for a path that's entirely in shadow. Could it be that it wants me to follow the same path this one would, but shift it over a bit? Which would seem strange, this was shifted over by 2, then I'd have to go around this way. Okay, so we got to the solution, I just don't know why it was the solution. So I had to follow this path, which continues over here. How do I show this? I had to follow this path, which continues over here. And you can see there's a light bit here. But you have to shift it all over by 2, so you're starting from this one, not that one. I've no idea why. Ah, that must be where the rest of the path is. So it's along, down, back on ourselves, down. So, right, down, left, down, right, up, left. So it must be at least 2, up, up, up. Let's see if I can remember that. I'm not going to, am I? Let me write it down. Okie dokie. That's problematic. I guess we'd have to go this far for it to work. There we go. So we start here, we're trying to get there. Oh dear. I wonder if this is actually for this one. Since this one seems to include a source point, so far as I can tell. I reckon it probably is. Or maybe that one. Oh, it must be down here. Really? Why there? Surely this would make more sense. So we start here, go along one, up one, long one, down, across two. I see. I think. Well, that makes me think that this must be up too. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's get a copy of this as well then. Right. There to there. 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 Then we carry on round. A bit. Up a bit. Along a bit. Up a bit more. So it gets very zigzaggy here. Okay, I think I've got that. Have to see how it goes. There we go. So I'm trying to follow the path that we can see over here with difficulty. Oh. Or maybe I'm supposed to interpret this as something more like that. No, that doesn't make sense. So down here, round here, round here, round there. That. Yes. Getting there. This is going to be easier if I copy it, isn't it? Oh, hmm. Yeah, I think I copied that wrong. So I think that's level with that. Wait, we can end up lower than we started, though. Maybe I didn't make a mistake. But that's clearly level with that. So I sort of understand this bit. I think. Oh no, wait. That must connect up that. So it must be that. Okay. Yes, so I was doing it wrong. Let's try that again. So then that goes there. This then comes back over this way. Whew. Okay. That then comes back this way. And follow it along and up. I'm not entirely sure about all the lengths. I think it's probably that. That. No, more likely that then. That. No, it must have been two. For this bit to work. Oh, good. So with any luck, that's the other gate. So presumably I'm supposed to be avoiding the shadows? To the best of my ability? No, that can't be the case because I couldn't get to the end if that were true. Something like this? Nope. Hmm. The fact that we start in the light makes it seem more likely I'm supposed to avoid the shadow. Even though that's not entirely possible. Yeah, I think we tried that one already. Yeah, that's the only start. Strange. Presumably I'm missing something here. I swear the shadows here are coming from this tree. But that means they've been mirrored. I suppose they would be, wouldn't they? When you think about the way the light's coming in. Yeah, so I'd be seeing what's on this side. So those two leaves are presumably those two leaves. Yes, I think that makes sense. Yes, you can see the shapes. It is odd that we start in the light, though. Because, of course, whilst completing these puzzles, we've had ones both where we're supposed to stay in shadow and ones where we're supposed to stay in the light. They've done it both ways round. But it's strange that we start in the light but finish in shadow. The only thing I can think, am I supposed to do this but shift it along a bit? Well, that's not it. Am I supposed to ignore the big leaves, or...? Or because this is an autumnal place, go the other way and assume there were more leaves? I just realised this puzzle only works if the sun is in the exact right place. At any other time of day it wouldn't work. I was just thinking, what if everything was shifted along a bit, all the shadows? Are there any other clues about here? Have there been any branches obviously broken off? Possibly over here. These all seem to be going the wrong way though. Not that they couldn't have been turned around, but that'd be harsh on the developer's part if I was supposed to look at the branches strewn across the ground, think, okay, what if it rotated, then what shadow would it cast on here? Although to be fair, all of these do end quite abruptly. These three, I mean. Oh, goodness. That looks a lot like a person. A dryad, perhaps. I like that. That could easily have been missed. Nice little Easter egg there. If it qualifies as an Easter egg. Yes, I'd be looking for branches down here, wouldn't I? Which there aren't. So once again, let's assume we had to shift everything over. That was odd, that sounded like someone moving. This would have to be shifted over by, what, 4? And I could move 2 this way. Then I'd have to go up 2. Along probably about 2. Oh, but that wouldn't meet up with there. No, it wouldn't. Not if I moved it along by 4. One, 2, 3, 4. I wonder what else it could be. Look how thin she looks. Goodness. I was thinking particularly her wrists and her arm. Yeah, that was a long shot. I was just wondering if I got my shadow into the scene, if the game would react at all. It doesn't seem like it. But even if there was such a feature, that wouldn't be the solution to this. What would have to change for that not to be in the way? It would have to be along by at least 1. What would that make my path? Actually, I could go straight down like that, couldn't I? Then down like this, then round, then that. Nope. Quick proximity check, I suppose. I may have missed something. Not sure if we've been in there before. I think we have. We tried this before, didn't we? I'm convinced the game is playing movement sounds when I'm stationary in this forest. I'll tell you what's interesting. Since we had to open both gates, that implies that the information from both sides is used. We aren't just supposed to ignore one side or the other. What do we conclude from the fact that the end forces us to go into the shadow, though? Ooh, those two leaves almost touch, don't they? When I look at them from this angle. Which one is it? It's the big leaf on the closest one and the bottom leaf from the farthest one. Perhaps I'm supposed to do something like this then? No. What if I shifted everything along by 2? We'd be in shadow then. But the end wouldn't. What if I shifted it along by 1? Problem is, there's nowhere we could go from here which was in shadow, since that'd be the equivalent of this place, this spot. This is daft, but I'm not supposed to cover it with my own shadow, am I? Probably not, because the game forces me into a particular position. No, it's reasonable to assume I'm not supposed to do that. As I look at it from the point that the game has placed me, those leaves do all overlap though, don't they? So this is in the middle of those two. Imagine I shifted... How far would I have to shift this down to make that happen? 1, 2, 3, at least 3. Let's see, this would have to touch it, so 1, 2, 3. This would have to go down by 3. So I could go down by 1. But I couldn't go along then. I could go along by 3. Sorry, 2. No, because that would be beneath me. I'd have to go down 1, then along, then down, then follow this along. But then I get stuck here. Nah, no such luck. Alternatively, this could be shifted up by 3. That would be easier because I have more shadow to go on. Ah, but then I start in the light. One, two, 3. So that doesn't really figure. Am I supposed to imagine the leaves have fallen? Because that doesn't actually help as much as you'd think. What if the left-hand side was shifted up by 1? That went up by 1. I'd still get into trouble here. I'm just thinking this would be there. Which would provide a potential way in entirely in shadow. is that? An animal fur? Hmm. That leaf just disappeared. Maybe I'm to imagine each of these had a leaf on? No, neither of those. Surely that's got to be the idea, because this is an autumnal area. Why would they have made this so autumnal? I'm pretty sure the area where we solved the earlier ones wasn't autumnal. No. So surely the theme must be fallen leaves. That's what I'm supposed to be thinking about. I have leaves on one side but not the other. Trouble is, I don't see why a leaf on this side would cover up the start. Nor is there much of a pattern to how much each leaf covers up. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to conclude something from the fact that branch roughly matches up with that branch? But the problem with that theory is that the branch I'm seeing on the far tree isn't visible from here because it's too low down. Could it be the mirror image it wants me to take? Why, I couldn't tell you. What would that look like? Would be in shade, so we'd go down here, then where would we go? Probably along that leaf. So down again and along. Then we'll probably go down again, along here, up here, around here. Oh no, because I'm not doing the mirror image anymore, am I? No. Problem is the mirror image would have the reverse problem, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that this would be out of shadow and this would be in shadow. There's a very large sun now I think about it. I hadn't really thought about it before, but that is large. Pretty sure that's much larger than you'd see at any point of the year on Earth today. Well, from Earth today. Could this be a red herring? Could the shadows that have been cast on here have nothing to do with solving the puzzle? I doubt it, because then why else would the game have made such a big deal about opening both gates? Why is that contiguous, but this bit isn't? Hmm. Hello.
66 times have these eyes beheld the changing scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs. Leonin, 1711.
I was going to say that was written almost like poetry, but it didn't have good scansion. Presumably that was in translation from Japanese, I would guess? Somehow I feel like that's not a clue, though, to the solution of the puzzle.
"66 times have these eyes beheld the changing scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs." Leonin, 1711.
It can't be a coincidence that some of these paths of the shadows trace out the grid exactly. Maybe the game just wants me to make sure I travel all the branch that's exposed. No. I may have tried this one before. If this was shifted up by 1, that's the left hand side. Wait, that's no good. Nope. I wonder what it could be. There wasn't another tree on the other side that was cut down, was there? Over here. No, no sign of one. Hmm. Maybe we should have a quick look at some of the earlier ones again. So, I mean, this one was, broadly speaking, just follow the branches. As you can see, there were points where we went through light bits, but we were still following the direction the branch was going. This was following the light parts, but to find the paths we sometimes had to look at the surrounding structures where the shadows were cast. But it just doesn't, neither of those two approaches would work here. It just couldn't be done like that. I've probably tried this before. What would happen if I brought this over by 3? It still wouldn't be enough. I would still be starting in the light. If I brought both sides over by 2, I'd be in the dark. But I'd have no way to bridge the gap. What would that look like? It would be something like... Then we don't know what the next bit is because we haven't found the relevant shadow being cast anywhere. So I'd probably have to go up. And then along. And then down. Quite a long way. And round like that. But that's not it. I take it by going here, I can't look at the same place from a different angle. Oh, you know what? I'm not sure we have been up here before. Oh, yes, we have. I apparently had forgotten this maze. No straightforward way over to where I wanted to go, though. Maybe we'd be better off pursuing the puzzles over here and coming back over here later, since I must have been stuck in it for at least an hour now. Yeah, I really don't know. So, let's see if we can get some progress going this way. What was the puzzle over here, actually? Interesting, I don't know what those symbols represent. Nor do I see an exit. Wait, where do we even start? Maybe that's not how this works. Ah, I see. Oh, so those symbols must be where I activated bits accidentally when I was going through here before. How do I turn bits off then? Do I just have to walk over everything to start it again? Oh, I see. I think that resets it. Okay. So we start here. We need to get there. We need to travel through here. There's only two ways into this bit, up here and down here. So it's probably something like up round there, round there, round there, down there. Down there, down there, down there, round there, round there, round there. Okay, I'll quickly draw that and then we'll try and walk it. Right, that's recorded. Let's give it a go. Hello, Pengy. It's lovely to see you. I've been stuck on a particular puzzle for a long time. I've only just taken a break from it. But I must have been on there for, I don't know, an hour or so. I'll show it in a second. Yeah, it must be around here for the next bit. How have you been anyway? It's lovely to see you. Well, got that bit at least. There's more. So, this is the puzzle I've been stuck on. It's this one in here. Now, it's related to some other puzzles I did over here. In this puzzle I had to follow the branches approximately, although there were cases like this where the branches dipped down and I just carried on straight. And there was a bunch of reverse puzzles over here where I had to follow the light, but various objects would obscure it part of the way, and so I had to find where the relevant bit of shadow was being cast, which wasn't always as easy as this, and then find the proper path that way. When I completed one of those sets, because it's two sets of puzzles, it starts off as one, then it branches off into two. When I completed one set, one gate opened, and so some of the shadow was still being cast on half this puzzle that was obscuring everything, the shadow from the gate. I completed the other set and this gate opened, so now I can see all the shadows that or rather I should say, I can see the shadows I'm supposed to be able to see and none of the shadows that I'm not. But for the life of me, I cannot work out what the game expects, because it starts out of shadow, ends in shadow. It's not contiguous. It's not like it's not like there's any obvious it's not like the other puzzles where there's an obvious path I could follow and I would remain entirely in shadow or out of shadow. It's not even possible for me to alternate from in shadow to out of shadow. I've checked. I've been absolutely stumped by this. Yeah, I like this area. Some were a bit tricky. Oh, so this one got available when both those paths were done. Yes. I have noticed this, by the way, which is rather nice. But I think this is just an Easter egg. I don't think this is any sort of clue. It's a shadow that's being produced by what I assume is a animal skin. And something up there that I can't identify. But it creates what looks like a dryad in a wood. That is rather nice. I've tried a lot of things. I've tried obvious things like, okay, what if we shifted this along by a certain number of places or shifted this one up? I should point out, these are being cast by two different trees. There's the close tree here. If you look at where the branches end and match it up, you can see that's actually producing the left-hand side. But there's a much further tree over here with two leaves up here. That corresponds to those two. So, just to reiterate, that's the left-hand leaf, and bottommost leaf, that's the topmost leaf. So, that's from tree A, that's from tree B. If I get close to it and then let the game adjust my position, I do notice that all three leaves overlap when I turn around, which might be a clue, but I haven't managed to utilize that in any useful way. Another thing that's occurred to me is this is the only autumnal area, whereas the other areas where I was solving, it looked more like spring or summer. Probably summer, to be honest. So it could be that some of the puzzle has to do with leaves having fallen off. But the problem is the leaves are all different shapes, and they cover different amounts of area. So it's not even obvious if there were leaves here which parts would be filled, and it certainly wouldn't cause me to begin in shade, so far as I can see. Yeah, I've tried a lot of different paths. I do appreciate what you're saying. It's just like I say, I've tried lots of things, so it's difficult to recall every single one. I mean, I've done really obvious things like, oh, what if I make sure I cover each part of the exposed branch like so, to no avail. I've tried avoiding the shadows as much as possible by going around like this. I know my character's shadow is... Hold on, let's just move out the way so my character's shadow isn't in the way. There we go. I've tried avoiding the shadow as much as possible, like this. Round here, but at this point I have to go into shadow. That's not the solution. Do you want a nudge? I think I have a really tiny one. Yes, I would absolutely love a nudge. Because one thing that occurred to me earlier on is that these puzzles only really work if the sun's in exactly the right position. If the sun's position changed even slightly, these puzzles wouldn't work. So some of the paths I've tried have been under the assumption of, well, what if the sun was in a different position? How would that change these? But that's been to no avail. You were actually mentioning a way that are correct, without overthinking too much. Interesting. Well, 3 solutions pop to mind. One is avoid the shadows as much as possible. Another is try and travel every exposed branch. Maybe they want me to do every exposed branch and every leaf. Something like that. But no. Oh, I didn't do that leaf, did I? Have a bigger nudge if you want. Yeah, I think I'll have to take the bigger nudge, unfortunately. This puzzle is the result of 2 different paths with different mechanics, but the puzzle is actually on both paths. That's true. So in one case I was trying to go through the areas which don't have leaves, and in the other case I was trying to go through the areas which do have branches. Problem is, I've tried solutions like that, which doesn't mean it's not a solution like that. But there are a lot of possibilities. A lot of possible solutions along those lines. Oh, I think I made a mistake in the last guess. I should have cut out that corner, but I didn't. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I just wasn't thinking about it in the right terms, clearly. Alternating, yes. But alternating was, I meant vertex to vertex, which is rather different. Yeah. Not so much on the right track, I'm afraid. I think the problem was I was thinking purely in terms of shadow and light. I wasn't thinking in terms of, in one case it's leaves, in the other case it's branches. That just never occurred to me. I mean, it's not that I couldn't see that, it's just that wasn't a detail I was paying attention to. Interesting. Wait, wouldn't I just go straight up and then straight along? Let me check how far that's gone. Yeah, I need to keep going from there. Oh, I see, but because one of them's broken, I can't get away with that. That makes sense. But presumably, unlike most of these puzzles, I'm not limited to not going back on myself. Or maybe I am, and the game just doesn't do anything if I do. Yes, because that should have worked. Perhaps the game's detected that in this section I've gone back on myself, and so it hasn't accepted it. I think it took me some time also, but once seeing it, it starts becoming quite clear. Anyway, have you had a good day? I think that would work. Wait. Let me double check that. No, that would work, I think. And be the simplest solution. Oh, except I can't go all the way up there, can I? I can only go there. That was the problem. Yes. So I go there, there, there. Then up this way, I suppose. Right, I need to make sure that's not touching the black. So we go around this way. Ah, these two are going to be a problem. Yeah, that's not going to work. Right, we certainly want it like that so far. Then I suppose we go back round here. Right, and where to from here? I suppose to the middle. Then down round up there. Yep, that looks sensible. Oh, I can't go through the middle. Okay. That's a shame. Which bit specifically is missing? It's the close bit. I don't think that matters all that much. I think I can just go around like that. Right. If I walk back quickly and check. Yep, I think I just from the position, from the configuration I currently have it in, I think it's as simple as walking up and then to the end. Wonderful. Interesting. Ah, I still haven't figured out how those puzzles work, which is a problem. So perhaps we'll have to come back here. Okay, good. I can walk back over here after it's solved. So there was another area where I was going to do before I came over here and did the forest. But I got stuck on one of those puzzles. I think probably one that was intended to teach you how it works, judging by its simplicity. Which areas have you solved? Is it the area you showed that you solved more than yesterday? I've only done the forest since last stream. I had intended to do this area next, but I just couldn't figure it out, unfortunately. I have this hypothesis that it may be wanting me to create the shapes that are depicted. But the problem is, for example, this one, to do it literally would require me to encapsulate a square that's off-grid. I could rotate it around, and I could do something like this, but that doesn't work. Could be that they're supposed to be segregated, cut off from each other completely, but I don't think I can do that and have them both completely sealed. And the thing is, if it isn't that I'm supposed to be recreating their shapes, then I have absolutely no idea what it is that's being indicated by them. I doubt it's suggesting that I need only have 4 squares in this area, because they wouldn't bother having 2 different configurations of squares if that were the case. Could be that it doesn't care about rotation, but it does care about the shape otherwise. That might lead to... well, then I have a problem with the other shape. Not saying anything interesting though. Yeah, unfortunately this is as far as I had got at the end of last stream, and I'm still no closer to a solution. Just trying to think what else that could represent. Perhaps I should just have a bit of a walk about and see if I can find anywhere else with these puzzles where they're easier. That type of puzzle, I mean. Because it could be that there is a proper tutorial panel somewhere that I just haven't come across. Could be up here actually, since I know they use that style of puzzle. I do like that emote that you have. The penguin making notes. Well. Huh. I wonder what's being asked of me here. Oh, am I supposed to reproduce the maze that I've just walked through? I know some that don't like it, so don't use it that much. How could you not love that adorable penguin? Let's see, it's turn left, forwards, to your third exit. Then it's right, left, left. So it'd be something like that. Okay, that is what was being asked of me. That's very interesting. We'll come back here. But I specifically want to find an easier one of those panels for the shape. For the shapes. Because it's not the first time I've run into those panels and I still don't know how to solve them. Heard that it can be seen as passive-aggressive sometimes. It can... I don't know about passive-aggressive. Depending upon usage, I could imagine it being seen as sarcastic. But I appreciate that's not how you intend it. No help there. I've been here, haven't I? While I'm walking, in the back of my brain, I'm still trying to think, what could that represent if it doesn't want me to isolate those shapes? Ooh. This one contains elements of that type. But again, it's not going to be possible. Is that true? Yeah, it's not going to be possible to completely separate two shapes like that if they're right next to each other just because of the way that the beam moves. But maybe I'll get a clue as to what's wrong, if this is a tutorial panel, if I do the most basic requirement of keeping the black separated. No, that's clearly not a tutorial panel. I very much doubt this one is, but we can try. Oh. This is back over at the orchard, isn't it? Right, that's where we first learnt about the separation of the different colours. This is the start. Pretty sure we explored this area fairly thoroughly the first time round. I'm quiet, but ask if you want anything. Well, thank you very much for that offer. I may well take you up on that if I... if I don't find what I'm looking for. But I think this is probably... Let me check. Yeah, this is a tutorial panel. Unfortunately, it's a tutorial panel for a type of... a type of puzzle we've already figured out. Now, by figured out, I mean we know what the requirements are. I don't necessarily mean that I'm any good at it. Let me see. Yes, coming at this from both sides is going to be a nuisance. Probably easiest if I try something like that. Yes. Yes, I think this actually is placed close to the start. Yeah, this is fairly close to the start. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Since I know there have been tutorial panels for several other of the puzzle varieties, I'm guessing that there will be for the one that the shape-based one that I don't know. I probably just have to locate it. And I'm guessing if those were tutorial panels, then they probably didn't actually activate anything. That's just one self-contained unit. Yeah. The black pillar is buzzing at me. Ominous. Thing is, I have no particular reason to believe that all tutorial panels, if there are tutorial panels for all puzzle types, I have no particular reason to believe that they'll all be extremely close to the start. They might be, but they needn't be. There are some different goals that is possible to take in this game. One goal that is common in the Witness community is to 100% it, which means all puzzles. So then all tutorial puzzles are required too, and through playing it, there are mods that randomise the panels but still keep the intentions. Oh my goodness, that sounds awful. Oh, I understand this one now. I know what's being asked of me. I'm still not going to do it yet. I guess I could give it a go, actually. Is a complex one though. That's going to be a hard requirement. Oh no, because there's multiple ends. So that means this end definitely isn't used. It's not going to be this start because I'm going to want to bisect this. It's probably this start actually. No. No, it can't be. No, it can't be. I don't think. Because I'd need to completely isolate these two, which probably means I need to make a U shape around it, which I can't do from the inside. Once I've done that, then I end up in the problem that I can't properly isolate them again. Or that. Yeah, so that suffers from the same problem that one does. So it's not that start, and it's not that start, and it's not that start because I couldn't get both of those, so it must therefore be this start. Oh, thank you. Up or down? I don't know. I mean, we may as well go round this way. If I did that, is this still completable? Maybe. Does that work? You know? I could be wrong, but I think that's done it. Oh my goodness. Blimey, I didn't expect to get that so quickly. I think I can do this one. There we go. Okay. I've seen other diagrams like that in areas, haven't I? I'm not sure if I have a copy of them or not. I think I did. Yet I don't see such a note. Okay. Oh well, I guess I'll copy this one then. Nice, the big ones are not always that much harder, since there's lots of space to move around. True. That is a fair point. So just copying this out into my physical notes. And the path it's depicting is... Oh, that's interesting. It starts in the middle of a hexagon, doesn't it? That's halfway along a edge. Why do I get the feeling I'm going to be coming back here at some point? Because my notes aren't very good. Or rather, my diagram in this case isn't particularly good. Okay, well, an attempt has been made at recording that. I wonder if something very similar to this is what's on the other side of the desert puzzle. Because when we completed the desert puzzle, we found there was another doorway that went into the same area that we had managed to get to by completing the puzzles from the top of the desert ruin down. And we figured out that we almost certainly found the entrance to it on... It was on the beach. There was a cave that you could go into, and that was almost certainly the entrance into the back corridor into the room we had already been to. But we couldn't solve the puzzle there, and it wasn't clear why there would be two ways in. So I wonder if that actually houses another one of those hexagonal solution diagrams. I assume it's a solution. Interesting. That's strange. If this was a puzzle I'd solved, then I'd expect it to still be solved. So despite the fact this is on an open door, I'm guessing I haven't solved it yet. Yet I don't see any constraints on the grid. Very odd. Still, as I say, my current goal right now is to find a tutorial panel for one of those shape puzzles, so I can try and work out how they're solved. So that's the one that I was trying to get through, but I just cannot figure out how. I'm pretty sure I've checked up here before, but I may as well check again. Ah, this we found right at the beginning, didn't we? Right at the beginning of the stream. And we speculated that solving some puzzles down here would pop the panels up there, which would allow us to complete that puzzle. Have you seen the star shape that was on the panel before? I may have seen it, I don't know what it signifies. There's at least one other shape that I've seen in a puzzle, which I don't know what it means. I think that was a different type of star, more like an asterisk. That was the area I was referring to, which we speculated might be a back entrance to the ruin. So yeah. That's curious, the way that's leaning. Actually, for the sake of expediency... Ooh. Does this work? It does, surprisingly. This is like a tutorial puzzle for some type of shape. Is it telling me to make the closest approximation of a triangle I can? No. Oh, does it just want me to... No. Doesn't want to be cut off from the rest. That type of triangle? I hope I have interpreted that correctly. I'm sufficiently dubious that I've interpreted that correctly that I think I will actually copy this one down so that if necessary I can refer back to it in the future. I think it's interesting that the shape is referred to as burrito. Aha. Yes, that is curious. I would notice that I've actually created two triangles. One of area 3 and one of area 6. Not in the game, but in the community. Yes. Yes, because the game doesn't explain its puzzles, does it? I'm not sure if I'd finished saying this. What I was going to say, although I'll probably postpone that for now, was that for expediency it would be nice to know if a tutorial puzzle exists for the shapes, but that might have been it. So that's interesting. Why do I want to come up here? Oh, that's why.
I maintain that the cosmic religious feeling is the strongest and noblest motive for scientific research. Only those who realize the immense efforts and, above all, the devotion without which pioneer work in theoretical science cannot be achieved are able to grasp the strength of the emotion out of which alone such work, remote as it is from the immediate realities of life, can issue. What a deep conviction of the rationality of the universe, and what a yearning to understand, were it but a feeble reflection of the mind revealed in this world, Kepler and Newton must have had to enable them to spend years of solitary labor in disentangling the principles of celestial mechanics. Those whose acquaintance with scientific research is derived chiefly from its practical results easily develop a completely false notion of the mentality of the men who, surrounded by a skeptical world, have shown the way to kindred spirits scattered wide through the world and through the centuries. Only one who has devoted his life to similar ends can have a vivid realization of what has inspired these men and given them the strength to remain true to their purpose in spite of countless failures. It is cosmic religious feeling that gives a man such strength. A contemporary has said, not unjustly, that in this materialistic age of ours, the serious scientific workers are the only profoundly religious people. Albert Einstein, 1930.
Interesting. I'm not sure I agree, but interesting nevertheless. Yes, okay, you may as well answer that. Is there a tutorial panel for the shape puzzles? Oh, this needs puzzles to be solved to work. Good to know this area exists, though. I'm pretty sure I've missed this on my previous my previous effort scouting the area. Yes, there are. Okay, wonderful. I will keep looking then. Thank you. Well, this is an interesting one, isn't it? Oh, look. It makes a vaguely windmill shape. Oh, I was thinking that there's two possible solutions to that. Ooh, this is the first time I think we've ever seen... Okay, so the two points to note. This puzzle can be solved in one of two ways, and it looks like that actually makes a difference, which way we solve it. But this is the first time I can think, other than the lasers, of solving a puzzle doing anything more interesting in the world besides opening up a door, which is exciting. Would I be right in assuming if I do it the other way that it causes the blades to change direction? No, I think it just causes them to come to a stop. No? Maybe just slow down. Well, that's curious. Huh. If there is a point to this area, I can't see what that is. Yes, that's definitely sped up. Oh, okay. Somehow I'm blind. I missed the fact that the tunnel just keeps going. Interesting. That's not going to work. Interesting problem this presents. Ah, I'm doing this backwards, I think. Because I was trying to segregate the white from the black in this fashion, but you can't do that. Obviously, because you'll end up bumping into the beam that you've created. So I think what I need to do is more like that. I need to cut off bits of the black one piece at a time, although then that leads to this problem. There needs to be a line there, and a line there, and a line there, and a line there. How could I possibly do that without... Oh, I suppose like so. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Interesting. I imagine this is one of the puzzles where I'm just supposed to be told the solution. Oh, that looks like a tutorial panel for the same type of puzzle we did before. Okay. The way I would interpret that, I don't think is doable. Although... No. Yep, and that one also includes parts that I don't know how to work with. So I'll probably have to come back here at some point. Still, good to know. Yeah, no idea what's expected of me there. Oh, that's the other symbol I mentioned that I don't know what it's for. The 8-pointed star. And looks like they come in many colours. Oh, this is where we were before. Gosh, I had to look away for a minute to take care of a Discord spam bot. Sad times. Rather glad I haven't had to deal with that yet. Still, I take it it's all sorted. Yeah, this one was easy, but there have been worse. Oh dear. I think I need to keep searching for a tutorial panel. Nice bit of forest. And this looks like a marsh. I'm not 100% sure I've been here before. I may have been when I did my big walk around the island last stream. You haven't seen me here, at least. Yeah. It's quite a narrow entrance. It's possible I just missed it. Curious. I'm presumably missing a way to get up there. Oh, possibly you come from over there. Interesting. Is that another one of those buzzing black pillars? Yes. Huh. Very interesting. Right. Let's continue on the quest for the mythical tutorial panel. I feel like I'm probably in the right area here. This is looking encouraging. Now I'm guessing this will not work. No. That was hard. Indeed. Now just to verify, I'm guessing this will not work. No. But this will. It's going to be the easiest way of doing this. Probably going around that way. Now this gets interesting. So it does want me to create the shapes. Well, this does feel like... Oh my goodness. That's quite the vivid colour. I'm trying to see what it's doing where they meet. I think it is actually blending, but somehow whatever pigment's over here isn't completely diffusing and ending up over here for whatever reason. What was I doing? Ah, there's more. Let's continue then. Will it be unhappy with me? No. So if I go back here... Oh, I had no choice but to do it that way. Oh, so that's probably telling me that if there's a break in the path, then that counts as being separate anyway. That makes sense. Okay. Well, this is interesting. Can I do that? Oh no, I can combine them. Oh, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. I'm going to make a copy of that. So, right, that's been copied. I would assume it's blending, then they try to cover it up with items. One of the graphics designers of this game started working for Cyan, and has made videos about colour grading, and was referring a bit to Witness. Interesting. Interesting. I see. I think. This one needs to be part of a 4, which has to be this 4 because of its position. This has to be part of a 2. That? No. That doesn't really make sense. This one has to be part of the 2 though. But it can overlap with this one. So I must have intuited the rules wrong. There must be... because that would be a contradiction. Well, one video at least. The others were about other game design related tools. Interesting nevertheless. Certainly sounds it. So you have a 2x2 here, and this corner presumably has to be part of it. Because I did try this one before, didn't I? Oh, apparently I didn't. Okay, that's a big deal then. Because when you think about it, the total number of squares is the same, but there's no way, there's no single interpretation of this, which leaves both the 4x4 being on this square and the 2x... Sorry, I said 4x4, didn't I? There's no single interpretation that leads to the 2x2 being on this square and the 1x2 being on this square. They're mutually exclusive. one of them would have had to have been shifted up. Which is very interesting. But did I try this before? I wasn't allowed that. Okay, because these two are side by side, so I couldn't rotate it, but I can translate it. Okay, that's very interesting. I'll even write that down. Translation in combinations is permitted, but not rotations. Okay. So when we look at this one, we have... Okay, this gets interesting, because this is obviously 3. So perhaps that? Yes, that's allowed, because I've translated this one down, but not rotated it. Presumably I can't combine these two though, because they're too far apart. There would be no way I could create a separation of areas which would contain both of these and fit both of their constraints. I don't think. Challenging. This wouldn't be permitted because I'm not allowed to rotate. This is going to lead to me blocking off the only way out. That's no good. That's no good. Is this a case where I've intuited the rules wrong again? Is there some special case that handles this? Obviously it would be nice to have this as a 2x2 and this is a 1x2, as we can see. I'd need a line here, and a line here. There'd be, if we were to draw that out in our minds, there'd be a line straight up here and a line straight through here, but that creates a T-junction which I can't do. And I assume I can't shift this around. Well, let's see, can I shift it around? No, I can't shift it around if it's on the other side, which makes sense. As I say, I'm not allowed to rotate it. Am I definitely not allowed to rotate it? That's no good anyway. I probably can't scale it. Oh wait, I could do it like that. Of course. What a fool I am. Because I don't have to exactly be on top of each other, of course. Thank you, Pengy. The middle bit's going to be the hard one. Very, very hard. How am I going to get that? Or even that? Or that? Like so. That's how I'm going to do it. There we go. That wasn't too bad in the end. I'm not sure what's next. So we have the cable coming off here. But just disappears. Can I see where it goes? No, not really. Can I interact with these? No. Can I walk along the edge? No. Oh, this must be expecting input from the other side. Maybe I can get here from over there. That would make sense. Where does this go, incidentally? Is this the way I came? No. I'm pretty certain I've never been here before. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I'm surprised the trees get enough light, especially at the bottom. Goodness. How beautiful. Is this how I get to the other side? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't see any panels to interact with here. Now this is just the type of spot they like to put a tape recorder, don't they? Doesn't mean there is one. But worth checking. No, don't see one. Very nice though. Perhaps I'm supposed to come back here later. Oh, I can keep climbing. Oh my goodness. There's actually quite a lot up here. Oh, and there's another way round there. Keep going this way, I suppose. Oh my goodness. Quite the view. Not sure we should be standing on this fine lady's head, but still. Oh, interesting that it's been reinforced. So this wasn't just carved out. This is probably reinforced concrete that has been attached to... In fact, that's a good point. You'd only you couldn't reinforce stone like that, could you? It would have to be concrete. I don't see a clear delineation between concrete and stone. Perhaps they just colour matched the concrete really, really well? I'd hate to think this entire... I'm debating whether to call it a hill or a mountain. I think it is actually a hill, even though it's quite steep. I'm not sure it's actually high enough to be a mountain. I'd hate to think they made this entire hill out of concrete. when the game starts to grow just by moving around. Indeed. I didn't realise I could get to this area. Oh wow. Oh, this is where I've been sending the lasers to. Or at least two of them. One of them's definitely heading off somewhere else. Right, can we predict from this how many lasers there will be? I mean, it'd be rude not to. No idea what that did. No, not really, can we? There's no real indicator of how many to expect. If they were all at the exact same angle, that's what? Maybe 45 degrees? Which would mean there would be 8 of them? But we have no reason to believe that. Very interesting statues. Wow, what an interesting place we've stumbled across. Probably better find our way back down now. Oh no. There it is. That was well hidden. Hello. I missed you on the way up. This is one of those symmetrical ones, isn't it? Oh, is it one of the symmetrical ones where I don't get to see the other side? Yes. Yay. Just to verify, I should hit it. Yeah. Okay. In theory, I should be able to do this already. That is, the game should have given me all the information I need. That'll do it, won't it? Because that's... Let me think. Has that completely separated the... the white squares and the black squares? No, it hasn't. I think to do that, I need to do it like this. That should have done it. So, in the mirror image of the first 3 that we've separated, the line of 3, 1 by 3, that's going to have a black square. The bit above that, which is most of the grid, that's going to have the white. And then we've also separated... No, it's not. The white's going to be in the bit that goes up and back down. Could that be right? No, I don't think that is right. that should work now, I think. Why am I finding this so challenging? No, I think I was right the first time. I think... Oops. Well. Good thing I more or less remember it. Yes, I think that should work. Nope. I am mistaken. Right, why did that not work? So we should have... Oh, I haven't been through the cyan point up there, that's why. If the cyan's there, then I think cyan must have to go through there. I don't think there's another way around that. This is problematic. How do I get yellow there without causing problems? I probably have to be on the way back. Like so. Right, then we go... We do that to keep that separate. But then we run into a problem. How am I going to get the cyan there? I could only do it like this, and that doesn't even work. And yellow needs to get up here. Wait, has that gone far enough? No, it hasn't. We had to go this far, didn't we? But that's when we start running into problems. Oh, this is a challenging one. So I know I have to go through there. That's interesting. The cyan ones are between, they're on edges, whereas the yellow ones are on vertices. Is it possible I'm supposed to... do the equivalent of this, but obviously fulfilling all the other constraints? That seems more likely to me. Yes, so we've got that one already. Right, that keeps the black one separate. Up above. Then we need to go up here, don't we? Where do we have to go? Here. I think. But now we need to go back. Could that be the solution? Yes. Phew. Ooh. Another one of those mysterious boxes. We're another one of those mysterious solutions. Just copy this out quickly. That's interesting. That source is also in the middle of a hexagon, as opposed to at sorry, in the middle of an edge, as opposed to on a vertex. And the sink seems to just go off into the middle of a hexagon. A solution in search for a problem. Yes, indeed. That's a very apt description. Maybe I should start writing down where I found these, in case I have to go back. Where was the other one? I remember stumbling across it. Well, this is a very good example of why I should be writing down where I'm finding these. I wonder how much of a chance I stand at finding the place where I discovered the other... Oh my goodness, I don't remember this either. It's a bamboo forest. Finding the spot where I found the other solution. Hexagon solution. Well, I'm fairly certain it wasn't about here. That's interesting. I don't see a way in. I mean, I suppose it might just be nice scenery. I doubt it, though. Ah, this is where I would have ended up if I had come down the other side of the mountain. That's good to know. I've got a feeling I found the other hexagon solution not that far from the windmill. But I don't think it was in the windmill. Ah, was this it? It might not be. No, it's not. I think it was around here though. Ah, there's a windmill. So, pretty certain it wasn't in here. But we may as well have a wander anyway. What was down here? Was it some puzzles I couldn't solve at the time? Yes. And... ooh! I probably would stand a chance at solving this one now. That's not to say I will manage it, but in theory it could be doable. Okay, I need to cut the bottom off of here, I think. Wait. Do these bits even need to be separated from these bits? Because usually you're separating the black squares from the white squares. There's no way I can go around the whole perimeter there. Close. Very close, but not quite. It's almost like I need to make a U shape here. But then how do I correct the rest of it? A quite clever one in my opinion. Do I have any reason to believe that the black pieces couldn't be part of the shape? To be honest, I don't think that helps me. But it is an interesting point that I may have to address later. This feels close. But obviously it's not quite there. Could I do a very similar thing like this? I'm back to the old problem of how do I completely separate the center from the rest, since the beam can't cross itself. Presumably that's not possible. Oh, so close. Hmm. Very close. But not quite. Of course, I say close, that doesn't mean that the actual solution looks anything like that. It just means that it almost fits the constraints. Well, it can't be that way and it can't be that way. That has to be my first move. Then I have three choices. I can go up the center or I can go left or right. And by symmetry, left or right should be the same decision, really. The problem is, if I go up straight, then I need to cut both the left and the right off completely for them to create the right shapes, which I can't do because I can't make a T-junction. So it must be that I have to go left or right. Once I've done that, then I run into... Okay, I can do at least the initial part of it like so. Oh, so close. If it weren't for the top right corner. I can move bits about though, can't I? I'm just not allowed to rotate them. So is there a more useful way to... a more useful position for the top left and top right shapes. I don't think so, not without... Problem is I have to span the entire... To have them both in the same area, I do need to span the entire top row. Although I suppose, strictly speaking, there's no reason I couldn't do something like that. Well, I mean, apart from the fact that I'm being blocked from doing so. That's an idea. What if I reversed them? So, if this piece was over here, so I had that bit, and this piece was over here, so I had that bit. Like so, except I don't want the bottom bit there. Although I'm not sure I can do anything about that. Hum, says Pengy. I suppose I could do the same here. And have this region and this region. Assuming I'm allowed to have the black bits in them. Like Minecraft villager noises, yes. Ah. 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 Wait, what was the... That was it. That's how we get... Oh, but that's not going to work because that's been rotated. I should have spotted that much earlier. Surely the first bit has to be something like that. I don't see any other way you could do it. Oh, except that doesn't work, does it? No, it doesn't, because again I've rotated, which I'm not supposed to do. That makes it very difficult. Hold on. Is there any chance I'm doing really quite a massive reshuffling? These top ones could fit in there and there respectively. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to get the bottom ones up high enough to include them. As I say, that has to be my first move. There's no alternative. Perhaps that does have to... Perhaps this has to be... No, that doesn't work, because that relies on a rotation. That doesn't work. I am starting to think that a solution would necessarily involve... Well, would it? I'm wondering whether the black squares, to what degree they have to be included in the shapes that the orange 3 squares make. The problem is... that if they can be included, then what's the point in even having them in this puzzle? They become redundant. See, I'm wondering if the solution involves something like that, where I manage to completely cut them off. But then... then you run into problems... fitting the remaining orange square shapes in. If so, then one reason would be to confuse. That's true. Which might be a valid solution too. I mean, why have puzzles at all? Hello, Orion. It's lovely to see you. I'd say my progress with the witness has been a bit sporadic. I managed to... It took me about 2 hours to finish the woods area, where you have puzzles involving shadows on the panels. And you have to either follow paths where there are no shadows or paths where there are shadows and so on. And what, I'm about 2 hours further in now, and I haven't completed a whole nother area. Maybe I'll come back to that one. Maybe I'll come back to that one later at some point. I enjoy the area. Congratulations on completing it. Yes, I did need a fair few nudges though, it has to be said. It was the final one that got me. It's because I hadn't... Somehow it hadn't clicked that when I was avoiding the shadows, I was always avoiding leaves, and when I was following shadows, I was always following branches. In my head, I just had it. Sometimes I follow shadows, sometimes I avoid shadows. And so it wasn't until I had, like I say, I had a few helpful nudges, which didn't quite give it away, but helped clarify my thinking that I actually managed to solve it. Where was I headed? I remember. I was going up this way, wasn't I? Now I have a better grasp of how the shaped puzzles work. These ones. So in theory I should be able to do this now. In theory. No, that won't work. I'm just thinking this is a... I don't believe I'm allowed to rotate the shapes. And there's a gap of 4 here, and each one has a length of 2. Ah, I see. So it's probably... I'm thinking this one must be on this side and this one must be on that side. I'm just trying to establish in my brain what shape that's going to form. I suppose it could be the other way round actually, to be fair. But then you run into problems delineating it. And still being able to get to the end. So it's probably the other way around. There, I think that's done it. There we go. Thank you, Pengy. At last, indeed. I'd been stuck on that one a very long time because I hadn't found the tutorial panels for that type of puzzle, and I hadn't realised I could combine shapes like that. I thought they had to be completely separate. So yeah, that took a long time. Right, what do we have here? Interesting. Very interesting. That wasn't too bad. Okay, this isn't a symmetrical one then. By the way, if you complete the first few in the Autumn Forest, which we just talked about, you already had a way in here. One of the first panels that opens the back way into this area. Oh! Oh goodness, you're right. Well, now I feel even more foolish. But well done to figure out the main door, thank you. So the difference between these two sources seems to be, do I have a white square right next to me or on the opposite side? Because by symmetry, that's the only other difference between the two. Presumably. Oh no, that works. There we go. So yeah, I don't think it would have been possible from the other side. Could be wrong. are those... Ah, are these tutorial panels? Eh? I hear buzzing. Oh. Oh, okay. So does the... I wonder if then that shape, that star shape, signifies an either or, because it represents a meeting of 3 different paths. No, it can't be as simple as that. Oops. What does it actually want? That one had a diagonal piece, this one doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't mean that piece is optional. To be honest, I'm just trying different given there's so few possibilities, I'm just going through the different possibilities, trying to find one that works so that I can then try and intuit the rules from there. Eh? Why did that work? Why would that be valid? Does it? One possible rule. The most surprising is probably correct, maybe. I mean, the lines I'm thinking along right now is maybe if this piece is separated into an area with a piece that you didn't go over, then it will pick the remaining bit up for you. Interesting. So it's almost like it went for that one. So I did that before. And it went for that one that time. So it's not tied to an individual piece, it would seem. Presumably if I did that, because it's been separated, it can't get to it. There we go. Yes, I think it's picking up odd pieces as long as the piece is contained in an area it's connected to. Seems that way. And presumably this won't work because there's 3 bits. That's right. Okay. Good. Oh, there isn't one of those pieces in this one. So presumably I have to get all of them. Which is going to be a challenge. Oh boy. There we go. Whereas this one I have a little more leeway. Ah, it must take a piece. Right, I'd probably better write this rule down. So must take uncollected piece within containing area. That should I should probably emphasize the one. Must take one uncollected piece within containing area. With those next to each other like that, that implies I'm going to have to go up and down, because I can't go along the side like that. I suppose I can do it like that. Yeah, I can't go along the whole side like that and then collect any of them, because I've just blocked my path. So presumably I'm going up and down like so, at least up to a point. Ooh. This one's quite tricky. Right, I'm not going to be able to... It's going to be a challenge to get this piece in an area with another piece because of its position, because it's right up against the corner where I need to go. I can't block this path. So it's because I end up having to go to this corner, it's going to tend to get put in a separate area to the rest. The rest of the little bits that I need to collect. Always like the inclusion of the second from the end puzzle. Dots within the try-point. Just to check to make sure you're remembering the dot rule without the influence of the new rule you are learning. Oh, I see, yes. Yes, that is good attention to detail. It's easy to go up and down in such a fashion that I say easy. Okay, it's harder than I thought to, yeah, I thought so. Harder than I thought to separate have just one bit remaining. But even if I did that, it would have to be in the same area as the try-point. So this wouldn't suffice, even if it worked. Oh goodness. There we go. Goodness. They're rather tall, aren't they? And rather old-fashioned garbs. Oh, we're back up here. Was this near the puzzle I found before that I said I should go back to? That was this, wasn't it? But I haven't yet connected up the relevant puzzles to be able to attempt it. By connected up, I mean completed. So I guess I should go back down there and have a more careful inspection of the area. Ah, it seems like this should go up. Oh, okay. So was it expecting me to do that? Yes. Interesting. So do I not have a way back down now? It seems like I don't. Oh well. Ooh, these are very nice. Very dynamic. Very nice. Well, I can't go back down the way I came. Oh, can I go down this way? No. Well, unless I'm being blind, I don't see a way back down to the floor level. Oh, through here? No. I mean, I could probably operate this. Yes, I can. Okay, so I do have a way back down. There we go. Now I have an easier way back down that doesn't... Wait, do I? Oh, I see. They're mutually exclusive. That's interesting. So, do these need to be kept separate? That worked, did it? Oh, because it took out one of the points. I suppose it's clever enough to always take out the whichever group of points has the fewest members. We'll remove point of group with fewest members. Right, so presumably here I just need to separate one point from the others. Like so. Interesting. Ah, but it's in the wrong group. I'm expecting this to fail. Yes, it has. Okay. Wait, I actually need to separate a lot of these, don't I? Ooh. This will be problematic. Oops. That's on me. Yep, that's a problem. I think that's done it. Good. Oops. Right, where to now? No. Nope. It's interesting that this piece is adjacent to 2 greens and 2 reds. That implies that I've got a line going through here, 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 or here, presumably. I think that's done it. There we go. Oh, goodness me. They like keeping me on my toes, don't they? Oh, wonderful. There we go. Okay. Not sure why I'm solving this one, but... Oh, wonderful. That's what I wanted all along. An easier way up and down. Right, now we should go back to the area I was a few minutes ago and see if one of the cables has lit up. Well, was it? It was round here, wasn't it? It has not. Okay then. Hello. Who are you? Holding a pigeon. Interesting. Oh, I missed this one out. Okay. Ooh, this is a trickier one. It's not going to be happy with that solution because I haven't given it. There we go. Oh, was I mistaken? I was probably mistaken. Oh yeah, that's not properly separated. Ah. No, it's not. That's not going to work. When you think about it, having a piece in this vertex means, sorry, this edge means I must be either coming up or down. This edge must be used. But because there's one here, these effectively get joined together. I must be doing that corner. I could be doing it from the left and then up, or I could be coming down and then from the right to the left. But I have no other choice. I can't pick any of the other directions. And by the same reasoning, we can see that this actually creates a U shape. I have to do this entire area. There's no alternative. My only choice is, do I come down from the top, turn right, and then back up? Or do I come down from the right, turn left, and then back up? By the time I reach either this point or this point, my course after that is already determined. Which is interesting. Also means that I can't go this way. I only have 3 choices at the start. I either go to the left and then round, to the right and then round, or I can, in theory, go up. Problem is, if I go up, I can't... How am I going to be able to get these completely separate? I'm not going to be able to, as it were, cut off the reds, because as we all know, I can't go back on myself. So I must have to do the reverse task. I must have to take the greens out. Something like that, but not that. That'll do it, won't it? I didn't see why that didn't work. Oh, because they're still not separated. And they're still not separated. Oh, because I should have... Oh, but if I go down all this way to cut them off, then I haven't collected all the pieces I need. That's still not properly separate. That's just a big spiral. I'm trying to think, what causes a piece to be completely separated? I suppose it's just a whole row, a whole column. Although I suppose I could stagger it. That would also work. So it's extremity to extremity. So that's cut some of them off. I need to go to bed early tonight. Good luck with the puzzles. Oh, thank you, Pengy. I'll probably be finishing not long after this anyway, so I don't suppose you'll miss much. But thank you for your help and thank you for coming. I do appreciate it. Oh, and next stream will be Friday. Although, you probably knew that already. Could have guessed, yep. Oh, I feel like such a dunce. There must be a straightforward solution to this. That's extremity to extremity, but the bits I've cut off aren't very useful. Same here. Because I need to get it down to just one mismatch. Closer. I don't have anything memorized, but I enjoy solving along with you. Can't say I'm doing a lot of solving at present. I maintain what I said before, I have to go round in a U shape. I really do think that is the case. I don't think there's any other way round that. I have some control over when I do that though. Would you like a gentle hint? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's still not properly separated, so of course that wouldn't have worked. The U-shape is required in the absence of the new rule, but you have the tri-point rule. Oh, can it pick up them as well? Well, I'm glad you told me that, or at least told me that I don't need to do the U-shape. Yes, I think it has picked those up before, hasn't it? It's done both. It's both made up for mismatched squares and for the hexagons. I still need 3 of them though. And then, if that's the case, I'd need to get 3 of them, but also leave... I'd also need to achieve perfect separation, which I'm not sure is possible, so that implies one of my assumptions is wrong. Blast. I thought I might have been onto something there for a moment. I'm thinking I can't go here or here as my first move, because then I'm blocking the beam from either cutting off this column or cutting off this row, which I need to do. So I need to come out either here or here. I think that's done it. That has done it. Thank you so much for that gentle hint. Obviously, it's my own foolishness for not noticing that sooner. But I would have been there a while, I think. Maybe well served by actually finishing some attempts. You had a working one a bit ago, but never went to the end. Where am I trying to go? I want to go back up, don't I? And that's round here. One more optional puzzle in that last room. I will go back for it in a second. I just want to see if that's making progress over here. It is not. Wait. Was that puzzle always on there? I'm sure it wasn't. Huh. I don't remember if this... I'm convinced when I got to this at the start of the stream, that was not on. It was not always on, you just activated it. Okay, wonderful. It's just there's nothing external to make me think that I had done so. There's no cables that are lit up that are going to it, but presumably those cables will light up when this one's completed. So let's attempt that. Ah, this one also has one of 2 states. Oh, is that just a shortcut? Well, we'll worry about that shortly. One more optional puzzle, you say? This one. Okay. I don't think this can be the start, because I won't then be able to separate the white and the black there. Although with the introduction of tri-points, you can't be sure. This one seems unlikely as well, because if I go for the hexagon, then I can't separate those two. What are my other choices? If I go out and back in again. Just that one. So it's... Ah, but then I can't get that. Okay, so there's no perfect start. I think this is most likely. Thinking about the probabilities. Because if I went... Well, I say probabilities, I suppose I mean more intuition. If I went this way or that way, I'm leaving a hex behind. But the problem is it's quite a long way from the tri-point. Now in theory there's no limit to the length that a tri-point could cover, provided it's all in one area. But I think it just feels intuitive that it's likely to go to... It's more likely to be having a local effect than a more widespread effect. Ah. I've seen this panel be the last panel found in the game just because it's next to a door you don't have to walk through many times. Oh, I see. So do you have to finish every puzzle to finish the game? I know that might sound like a silly question, but it's just difficult to see how this panel in particular works towards any greater goal. No, you don't. Oh, okay. Oh, the last panel found in the game, so that would be if someone was trying to get 100% completion. That makes sense. Definitely running into a problem here. I think I've solved it. No. Ah. There's two black. And only one tri-point. Yes, for those that want 100% completion, or at least 100% puzzle count. This is a problem. As I said, the area where I started, there's nothing I can do about those not being separated. Okay, I think I've got it wrong then. I probably need to start down here and leave one of the hexagons behind. That seems more likely. So far, so good. Yes. Although, how do I then separate this? Like so. I think that's it. Huzzah! Oh, I see. Was there two ways of activating this panel? Presumably. No, that's not the way down, is it? Well, there is a way down there. But there's a quicker way down here. Interesting. So I can use this now as a shortcut. I'm not quite sure what that's gained me in the long term, but interesting nevertheless. And there's a whole area over here we haven't even looked at yet. Oh. In theory I could do this one. By the way, on that topic, if you go to menu, escape if in PC, and click load, it will show you the number of puzzles completed. No need to load a save. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. I'm a little scared to ask how many there are in the game. Oh, I think I see what I did wrong. Ah, yes. That is a problem. 172 is good progress. Well, thank you. Oh, is it something like this? But then how would I finish it? I think that's it. Now this one I've not seen before, so I have no idea how it works. I could try separating the different coloured shapes. Nope, did not like that. And it doesn't want an equal number either. I've no idea how that works. So this is probably an area we'll have to come back to at some point. No spoilers for how many total, unless you do want to ask. If I were to complete every puzzle, would I know that I had completed every puzzle? Does anything change that would make that clear? So this is the same old map we've seen a few times before, although new boat. We haven't been to this boat before. I'm trying to think what we've done. We've done the fort, we've done the reflections. We've done the desert. I think we've done this area now. Oh, other than over here. We don't know how some of those work yet. We have done the woods there, presumably. Or is that the marsh? I think that must... That's probably the woods? Still quite a lot to go. No, the game does not tell you if you complete everything. You don't even get a Steam achievement or anything like that? No, well, if the game doesn't tell you at all, then I probably should ask how many there are total, because otherwise I wouldn't even know when I'd finished. Only 2 achievements, one for something predictable, one for a particularly challenging thing. Oh, I know. Do we know how to complete some of the puzzles over here now? I remember I got so far in this and then had to stop because I was asked to complete something that I didn't yet know the mechanics for. Ah, I do know the mechanics for this now. So in theory I could do it. I only see one way that would be possible. No, I don't even see... Yeah, there's only one way. It would have to be that and this, surely. So I'd have to come down here, come around here, up there, up there. Wait, no, that's the exit. Where's the start? It doesn't tell me, does it? Oh, am I forced to select these ones even if I don't want to? Yes. Okay. That's not a problem though. So up there, around there. While you're making good progress, you are still early enough I wouldn't worry about how many total, for now. Fair enough. So we're now up, then along. So straight up the side. Oh, why game? Why? What have I done to deserve this? I suppose I have to find a way around the other side. Hello? I think this is new. New for me, I mean. Very nice. Again, that suggests they have very dry weather. Ooh, I can make it on here. Not sure this is safe, mind you. But when has that ever stopped us? Right. Can I make it over here? No. This... Huh. Oh, I think I see. Yes, I see. I can just use this bit. With any luck, that's done it. Wonderful. Why are these on their side? Does that mean I can rotate them when I otherwise wouldn't be allowed to? Ooh. Shortcut. Very nice. I remember towards the beginning of the stream looking up here and wondering if I'd been in here. Okay. How do we do this then? Well, first things first, we probably want to find where the start is. Good. Now, I could go up that way, round that way like that. That's odd. Is this one a symmetrical one? I mean, I don't object. But that will make things interesting. It is. It's symmetrical, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Ah, and now I'm cut off. That makes sense. So that's why, presumably, I'm allowed to rotate these. Presumably rotate, but not mirror. So I guess instead I want this? Yes, I think so. Wait. No, it would be up here, round here, up here. Yeah, that is what I said, wasn't it? So yes. 2, 3, round here. Am I in trouble? I am, aren't I? I see. Probably should have spotted that. Okay, which way round will actually work? I could go up here, round here, down here. But they would be up here, round here. Yeah, so I'd get that far and get stuck, I think. Let's see. I'm starting here, they're starting there. I go up here, round here, and would meet, wouldn't we? No, they'd be down here, down here. So I go down one and then we meet here. And that's where we have a problem. Yes, I think that's right. What about... I can't do it the other way. There's that, which we know doesn't work. That's not going to work. Hold on, but I am allowed to combine them, aren't I? Ooh, here's a challenge to the... Well, I say a challenge, but an interesting point regarding the rules of rotation. Assuming these can rotate. The rules of transformation. If I can't mirror them, then... If I can't mirror them, then how do I make it work, given that their movements are going to be a mirror image of mine? It's not like they've mirrored the shape here. That's the same shape. What if I went along here, up here, round here, down and back? I think that would do it. Huzzah! So I managed to get away with that, but I think that may have been a special case. Because I realised that when you rotate them and combine them together, you can get a 2x4 column. Thank you, Orion. Interesting. Spooky atmospheric sounds. That's an arrow slit. Ooh. Interesting. Is that going to lead to another laser? Seems likely, doesn't it? What else is about here? Not a lot, by the looks of things. Ah, but I can open up a shortcut here, that's nice. Interesting. Why would what looks to be a modern body, a bodyguard of the modern age, judging by the earpiece, be carrying a sword? And what are they doing on a construction site? That's good to know, though. We now know what the slightly angled shapes mean. At the very least, they mean we can rotate them. Oh, goodness. Is that my only exit? It is, isn't it? Right, I don't get a choice here about rotating. Nor do I get a choice here. Which, honestly, if anything, is an advantage. Since it significantly reduces the size of the problem space. This gets interesting. Okay, so it's just this last bit that looks to be a bit of a problem area. It would be nice to do what we did before like that, but of course then we can't get to the exit. I have to step away for a bit. I suspect I may miss the end for today. If so, thanks for streaming. Well, thank you for watching. Yes, probably after I've done these two panels, the one here, and I assume the one behind me is about to light up once this one is done, I will probably be stopping. But yeah, thank you very much for coming. I think that's it. No? How'd I go wrong? I genuinely didn't see what I did wrong there. I'm pretty sure that's what I had. Let's see. Oh, there are blacks and whites touching. That would be why I say touching in the same area. That's where I went wrong. That's understandable. Although a difficult problem to solve. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a nightmare. I think I must have to come this way. And I only really have two choices here, that or that. As soon as I'm coming from this direction, it has to be that. So then the question becomes, how do I separate the black and the white squares? Something I do not currently have an answer to. That might have done it. Because it's broken there. I think that will have done it. I think that's all I had to do. I think I had to, instead of doing that, I think I just had to come up here. And that should count as broken. Right, this should do it. No? Oh, I must have made a mistake. That doesn't work, does it? No, that's what I did, and that should work. Right, let's check this. Do I have all the hexagons? Yes. Are all of the shapes correctly separated? Yes. If we include the breaks in the grid, then yes, they absolutely are. Have we created all the shapes which can't be rotated? Yes. Have we created all the shapes that can be rotated? Yes. So this should be it. I don't know why that isn't a valid solution. I mean, the only thing I can think is maybe the game doesn't allow a break like that to separate coloured pieces, but I could have sworn there was a puzzle before that relied on that being the case. Perhaps I was mistaken. So that's what we had before. And it looks right. Is there any other possible reason it may be rejecting it? Not really. That might do it. Except then we get into trouble here. And then we get into trouble here. And then we get into trouble here. I mean, that means there can't be a line along there. And that's the solution we previously had, which ultimately you'd have thought should work. I'd have to do that, but then I can't do the bit up there. So perhaps I'd have to break off here to do this and come back. Like so. But then I've got more here than I need. And it's a problem. That's going to be a problem. Again, I'm led back to this solution, which for some reason keeps being rejected. Then I'm gonna run into problems getting back here. Yep. That is definitely not properly separate. Or is that? Nor is that. But I need the line there, so I can't go up there. So nothing of this I haven't collected yet. I mean, this should fail. My previous solution was superior to this, yeah. Let's suppose a solution exists which involves completely separating the whites and the blacks. The white squares and the black squares. What's that going to look like? It probably needs a staggered horizontal, or a either staggered or non-staggered horizontal line separating them, doesn't it? But I also somehow need to get up here. And by forcing me down that way, I can't... Yeah, I'd need to be on the opposite side. I'd need to be all the way over here to be able to make that happen. Thanks to that little gap there. And this gap here prevents me from cutting across the other way. And once I've done that, I can't go back. And I can't go up this way, because then I can't then create the line I need. I don't think it can be done, because I'd have to go all the way across here, and then all the way back. But then I have no way back down. Oh, thank you, the Lanky Cult Club. Hey, I know this one. You got a flamethrower, light your piece on fire, and never return to this game. Well, thank you for the advice. Also, it's lovely to meet you. I've been stuck on this one a while, I should warn you. I'd come up with a solution that I thought should work, but it doesn't, which is a bit strange, if I can remember it. Ah, must have been that way. Yes. I thought this should work because I thought that gaps didn't count, or rather gaps counted as separators when it comes to the white squares and the black squares, but as you can see that doesn't work, so apparently I'm wrong. Here's a fun little fact, apparently no one knows. The tunnel you first spawn in is a line puzzle itself. I suppose it might be. I'd have to go back there to check. Well, thank you for that. Oh, So I'm fairly certain it has to start like this. And there aren't many options but to go that way. And by here you're pretty committed. Problem is that doesn't create the separation it needs. See, if these don't act as a block for the separation of the white squares and the black squares, then that means I probably need to bring a horizontal line across here. It could be staggered. But I can't do that very easily because of the gap here. Because I can't just go up there and then cut across because of the gap. If I get this far, well, I then can't go that way. And then this doesn't work for obvious reasons. I suppose if I could go back that way, I might be able to make it work. I don't think I can. So if I'm picking up this one, I have to come this way for obvious reasons, otherwise I get stuck. So then I have two choices, this way or that way. Well, now I can't go back. I haven't tried anything like this before. Oh no, that's going to give me trouble later on. I can't have a line here because of the 1x4 here. Yeah, and that's going to give me problems as well. And that's not properly separated. And I'm not going to be able to get back now. Because I've trapped myself. This is an interesting one. Ah, but then I get stuck there. But I could have done that slightly differently, I think. Could have done that, for example. Or was it I went from here? No, it must have been along here. Then round here, up here, round here, round here, round here. But those aren't properly separated. I wonder. No, that wouldn't work. I was wondering if I could do the outline of these two shapes here now. But the problem is, I think to do that properly... Although... maybe I could. If this was rotated about like so, that gets me to this side. Ah, but I start running into problems here, don't I? I most certainly do. Could be another way up, I suppose. Like so. Then I can come back. Ah, but I'm not going to be able to get back down here, am I? That's the problem with that plan. Implies this far I'm probably correct. Except I can't be. So the thing is, I don't see how I could have a horizontal line across there, or even, you know, say staggering it that far and there, or that, anything along those lines, without already have made it to this side because of the gaps. But if I've made it to this side, I've already created a solid beam from one side to the other that prevents me from getting to the end. That's not possible, I don't think, due to the 1x4. And if I did that, then I've cut myself off. It seems like I can't have any line along there, but that makes this bit exceptionally difficult. I know it can't be that because of the 1x4. There must be a trick that lets me separate the white squares from the black squares that I'm just not seeing. That's notionally the same as the one I had before, though. The solution the game wouldn't accept. Because I'm relying on the gaps to separate the whites and the blacks, which it doesn't. So you're going for 100%. I'm not sure, I haven't decided yet. There's a fair chance I will, depending upon how I get on. Do you take game requests? I certainly consider any requests, yes. There's a thread on my Discord that's dedicated to it. And any other stream suggestions. Oh, one more look at it from the start. So I have to go there, I have to go there. You opened a PS1 emulation? I don't see why not. Echo Knight. I don't recognise it, I'd have to look into it. Blast. That was very close. And I run into the same problem again. It's a puzzle game with spooky elements, not enough to be considered horror though, just an eerie ambience. I'll add that to the list and look into it when I have the time. Thank you for the suggestion. Oh, I think I might have done it. Let's double check. Right, do we have complete separation of colours? We do. Do we have all the hexagons? We do. Are all the shapes that cannot be rotated correct? They are. Are all the shapes that can be rotated correct? They are. Huzzah! We did it. Took me long enough. And indeed, it appears to be another laser. I wonder what the display over here is for then. I assumed we were going to have to solve two. Well, there we go. That's another laser anyway. Oh, maybe that becomes available after I've solved all the puzzles down there. I wonder if it's either or. I wonder if I'd solved the mazes down there, this would have become available, and then that would have been an alternative way to get the laser. Anyway, I should probably stop there since it's getting late. So thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Friday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. Saturday will also be a, well, I imagine both Friday and Saturday streams will be The Witness, since I hardly imagine we'll finish the game yet. I'll also be streaming next Monday, which I imagine will be more of The Witness. So that's my upcoming streams. We have a new follower to thank. So, thank you, the Lanky Cult Club. I do appreciate the follow. And, of course, my subscribers. I need to thank you as well. I appreciate all of you. So, yep, upcoming streams Friday, Saturday, Monday. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night.
Yeah.